Good morning. Hmm. How's everyone doing? It's negative 20 degrees in Chicago today. Cold. Move. Fuck are you doing? It's like 38 here. 58 degrees warmer. How's your mouth? It's all right. It's not. They sealed it, but it's gonna be like a couple days for the. They said for like the pressure to go away. So it still feels kind of the same, but no sharp pain. Can confirm. Grew up in Chicago, then moved. Good decision. JPM just said that AQN is worth $7 a share. Yeah, that sounds about right. You're so right about personal trainers. Today at the gym, I watched a personal trainer teaching some really bad form, and she was on her phone the entire time. Was it the same one? Was this in New York City? Did you guys hear the news? Luigi's parents offered the CEO's family thoughts and prayers. Sick burn, mom and dad. What about the plumbers union? What about them? Why did I draw that line yesterday? Oh man. I heard a fund was started for his legal fees, even though his family's loaded. I started a AI OnlyFans using his likeness. I call it the ass acid. Yeah, actually, all the videos are just that one image of his abs and then just grating cheese on them. I'm already Italian. I don't need eyebrow implants. All I gotta do is not wax my unibrow for like 4 days. Boom. Looks like Groucho Marx in no time. What kind of cheese are we talking? Hard cheese. Is there a chance we lose the collar here? I don't know. I mean, I could probably give you an answer, but seems less fun. They're selling the fuck out of the 70, 65, and 60 put. So probably not. Oh, actually, those are a little longer dated. They're selling the fuck out of the 70 put. Someone's buying the 65 put on the 0 DTE. Gamma is flat. So we haven't quite dipped into negative gamma territory, but if we lose 68, we will. 65? No. 68. Yeah. Like the stream. Yeah, do that. That'd be cool. I know it's really hard, but you can do it, guys. You're not. You're clearly Indian. Like, what, like Native American? Yeah, oh, the other one. Celsius looking bullish. Fucking hope so. Been holding this bag for like a month. Give up on CMG yet? No? Wasn't it up this morning? Hold on. It's up like 40 cents. It is, barely. So why would I exit? I just got in yesterday. I'm not gonna exit while it's still going up. Maybe at 67 I'd get out, but I got some volume yesterday too, like a little bit. The data was not bullish at all, right? No. There was no saving grace. Uh, Core inflation was down month over month, but year over year it's up. I'm not Punjabi. What the what? So we're not losing the collar. You think, like you said this morning, grind between 70 and 50? It's like 75 and 50 probably, but yeah, that's what it's looking like for now. Really, really shitty price action. Ugh. So little gamma around spot. There's some weekly 525 puts that get profitable at 526 and lower. It seems like we could get stuck here. Well, dollar was up, but now it's starting to fall, so that may pull down a bit on tech. I don't think you're in a terrible spot. We've got a little ways to go before things get nasty, but yeah, it could be okay. 3 month annualized, am I right? Actually, that makes it look even worse. In before 2 month annualized, they'll just be like, you know what, inflation looked really good back in April. And then they'll just like leave it at that. They won't talk about any of the months in between or before. Earnings will be interesting with PPI increasing. They've already been shitty, and guidance has been down. The forward yield of earnings on the S&P dropped like $4 so far this earnings season, and the market's just gone straight up. So right now, I mean, that's a signal that investors would rather risk lower earnings than move into bonds, which makes sense. I mean, I don't want to buy the 30-year at They're 4.5%. It's garbage. Shocking news out of STD slot machine. Volatile stock goes up and down. Thanks for sharing that with us. Is Discord not running? I thought I fucking started it. It's on now. I too took apples, so thanks for that one. Nice, Tom. Very nice. Someone's gotta let these guys know you can trade easy stuff instead of trying to play SPX. Yeah, but SPX is 10x more leveraged. It gets our PBs hard. With downgrade, who knows? Yellen came out yesterday and was like, "Oh my god, fiscal policy's out of control." She had a moment of self-realization before she issues more bonds today. Once you go SPX, you never go back. Yeah, I mean, who wants to play a $4 move on SMCI when you can play a $50 move on SPX? Upstart is an actual meme stock. That's why I went and found it. I went and tried to find the stock that had all of the things that GME didn't. And I gave it to you guys at $14 a share. And you all fucked it up. Don't remind me that I sold at 16. Yeah, I know you guys did. I'm all aware. You're like, this is never going up, Gherk. How could you do this to us? So I just got here and you're already yelling at me. Okay, so Yellen's replacement is in love with century bonds. Suppose he does it? What rate do you think they'd be issued at? And how long until our inflation wrecks bank holdings then? Yeah, quickly, and no one would buy them. To be fair, it took months to rock it. Pickle jars used to. I missed it in pickles picks, and now it's double. Uh, my best play was Revlon until it was my worst. I didn't know what I was doing back then with Upstart at 14. I didn't know what I'm doing now either, but I also don't know what I was doing then. Okay. Fair enough. I thought we had more time. But then you don't. Sometimes it's better to be early. Sometimes you're long yen for a year. You know, that's just how it is and a half. 60-40 would be nice. There's some bot puts here at 65. We could tickle those, fall to 50. Sometimes I don't think you dumb it down enough. Buy Upstart, guys. Hodl. We would have been good at that. Yeah, you had a lot of training. But I don't do that. Gross. It's too straightforward. You have to be like, I think this investment has a lot of potential value. And then you explain all the reasons that it has potential value. And then that's it. And then you let people decide for themselves. It is risky. I mean, that's how the market works. But then you overemphasize the risks. Well, because they need to be considered. Look at Revlon. Hey, Poppy Chulo. Stream card appreciation super chat. Rar. Thank you, regards, Kiki. Rar right back. Don't forget to gloat when you're right. Oh, yeah, of course. What's up, Gherk? How do you confirm a breakdown of a level? I find them often early and get stopped out or faked out. Thanks. Okay, well, it depends what you're trying to do. There's two different ways to approach the trade, right? So, I mean, I assume you're talking about intraday trading on SPX. One of the ways to approach the trade is broader risk, right? Like, say you're targeting a breakdown of the 65 level here, right? And you want to enter now. So you can enter, but you're going to need to take a little bit more risk because you're entering before the confirm. The confirm would be down here, right? But that's more of a scalp. So I assume you're entering here, which is risky because it can bounce. So you have to widen your risk a little bit, and you can take your entry, and then you wait to see if it breaks down. If it reverses back up to the prior or the local high, then you'll get stopped out, right? And this is probably where you're getting faked out a lot, is because those entries are more risky than confirmed ones. Now, a confirmed entry would be below the support. You would be entering your put as it breaks, targeting the downside move. But this also means, you probably have to get out of the position very quickly. This is more of a scalp. And so that's kind of the difference there. Get good at setting your support resistance levels so you know where they are. But anytime you enter before the support is broken, you're gonna take the risk of this shit happening, which is really convenient. I don't actually know. I don't think I'm sick anymore. But my tooth does hurt a little bit, so I haven't added the color back to the camera. It's more a representation of my vibe, Willie, than anything else. I've owned a bidet now for a couple of months, and I still prefer showering after I go. It feels cleaner. So you just stop your whole day, post shit, and take a full shower? I mean, I respect the grind, but how much free time do you have? I wasn't here for the Luigi news. What was your initial reaction as a fellow Sicilian? I don't know if I had one. Full showers are like 3 to 5 minutes. How much time do you need to? But you gotta get out of the shower. You gotta change your clothes. Are you a clean shaven guy, C-Mill? What about getting rid of the stubble? I mean, you can't just you get undressed, standing right there in front of the sink and not clean it up a little bit. So now you're at like 15 minutes. Yeah. What if you're a little ashy? You might need to moisturize. I'm still wearing my bath towel right now. You can skip a lot of steps if you aren't a streamer. You can skip a lot of steps as a streamer. Didn't you tell us about some girl you knew who took a full shower after pooping? Baths, but yes. Which I thought was gross. Baths are nasty. It's like a dirt soup. I had a buy order at 450, which I'm not sure if it filled or not. And I have another one at 415. But yeah, I've been picking up AQN here and there. Ooh, I did fill on my 450 order. Nice. Baths or human tea? Below 65 for a safer entry, or below 53. Well, below 65 would be a confirmed breakdown. See where the line is? At 65.70. Those could reverse too, but you get a much tighter stop. So instead of having to put your stop back here, you're going to put your stop right at the resistance on a confirmed breakdown. So if you enter the put here, you can put the stop right there. And if it doesn't continue to fall, you just get stopped out right away. That's why confirmation is better, because the drawdowns aren't as extreme. I don't fit in normal bathtubs. Me either, man. You ever get that thing where it's like you gotta like, it's either you raise your hips to get your shoulders under the water and your penis gets cold, or like you put your hips down but then your butt's the only thing in the water. We call it the Grover Cleveland. Let's not bring Cleveland into this. I mean, you can just use the options contracts. You don't have to use the index. Like you can just do this. Say you wanted to short the 65, or you want to buy the 65 put, right? Which looks terrible. I would never touch this. But that's what you want to do. You can just use this. You don't need to. You don't need to use the underlying. And then you've got a good sense of liquidity and volume in the contract you're buying versus just relying on the spot price. So in this instance, a confirmation would be that gap starting to fill. See where it keeps topping out at 670. So you can even do something like put in a buy order at like 7, right? And then if it breaks out, boom, you buy into the breakout. And then you can just set your stop after the buy-in right behind back at that 670 mark. I mean, it works the same way even if you're buying out of the money. So if you move this to, like, say you want to move this to the 50 contract or 50, let's say the 55. It's really no different, right? I mean, the premium value is different, but you'd be buying at half the price, and you're scalping the gamma, so the price is going to move faster. It's going to give you less time to get out before it pulls back or mean reverts. Yeah, I know, Root Bro Katie. Your stops are probably too tight. What kind of drawdown are you expecting on an options contract? So then you can just set your stop back here. Mm. Okay, that's 30. See, 20%. Boom. Did you cut your Riley? I think it hit the stop, so the contracts must have hit 10 cents. I'll probably re-enter, but it's gonna need more theta. It makes sense to wait. Yeah, I was in the same position with my straddles this morning, but now in a much better position. That point 0.4 breakdown, right? There's a bit of support at 60, but we could fall as low as 50 on this drop. It depends on how much more momentum we get to the downside. I hate it when you're doing hypothetical orders and make money. Why? It wasn't a hypothetical. I just did the thing that I was talking about doing, which was confirm the breakdown, enter, and then exit as it neared support. It's the good. That's good. That's good shit. That's what you guys should be doing, just all fucking day, just in and out of those. I don't have to do that shit anymore because I'm not poor. But that was like my entire life when I was poor. Wow, I wasn't really that poor, but poorer. You're just making an epic trade, and everyone. It wasn't epic. It was just 20% scalp on a breakdown with a out of the money contract. When you're doing it as an example, it annoys me for some reason. Well, because you could do the same thing, but you don't. Just taking a break from this wild $7 price action to say 41 months. I remember the beginning like it was about 41 months ago. Keep on keeping on. Baron of Brine. Thank you, Willie. We've come a long way. Remember me like drawing gamma charts on the screen? Now I can just pull them up. Sometimes I still draw gamma charts on the screen, but thanks, Mav. I remember you drawing Stefan. That's been a long time. Yeah. Less songs now, though. True. True. I haven't felt. You know what? I haven't felt like hyped about anything in a long time. I used to get. I used to get way more hyped up. I don't know what killed it. I think it was when I started buying treasuries. AJ? Maybe. But no, I think it was just treasuries. Because now I'm like, you played the RC song? Remember we only watched Jimmy all day, every day? What were we thinking? We were fucking bullish, man. I don't. I mean, I'll give Jimmy this. It had some fucking hype moments. I made a lot of money on that stock. Now Gurk plays red drums for Jimmy. I'm just trying to tell you guys what's gonna happen. Do you want to know? You want? I don't have to tell you. I can just let you figure it. You know what? Fine, figure it out. Thanks, Bert. I just need something to be excited about, and everything's overvalued right now, which isn't fun. And like the things I'm long are the most boring things in the world. Like I'm long a fund that shorts TLT, some energy stocks, and utilities. I'm not even long gold anymore, and that was at least exciting. I'm long yen. Well, like a little bit. I need to add to it. I just don't want to until after the December meeting. Yeah, I'm out of gold. Uranium, pineapples, and pieces of paper leveraged on other pieces of paper. Best port ever. I still have DVN. I don't want to talk about it, but I still have it. It pays 5% a month. That's all that matters. Shorting weekly calls on MSTR and Coin has been a bit of fun for the last several weeks. I'm not fucking doing that. I'll just sell naked calls on SPX. No, this isn't the right time to buy OPEX puts. Remember when you scalped that 55 and I'm still holding it? It was 40% of a port to enter. Oh, Jesus Christ, Brett. No, that was it. It was just in and out. It's the out part that I think we need to work on. You could be up 6% of a port right now. 6.7% of a port. Pickle Jar doesn't know how to pull out. Is that why you guys have so many children? Seriously, I do love IEP. Why? Wait, are you actually long fucking IEP? That man is like got one foot in the grave, and his son is not as intelligent. Never bet on second generation wealth. Vic's getting murdered. Uh-huh. See, now you can flip to the other side of things. Lamb. What a 20% drawdown. It's 10%. There we go. Grew up idolizing Carl. Worth a small percent of the port for the entertainment value. Alright, fair enough. You can't get access. We probably can't get access to the Gamma Strike beta. But I could take a look. We're probably gonna do some like early access thing for billionaires, or at least like let them in before we start doing any kind of like promotion and stuff, just to test things. Um, but we're not ready yet. Yeah, the 3250 is like pretty sold. We could support at 30. Might take a little for those to fall off. That's also kind of like Gamma Max. Did I make my money back? Cool. See? Just like that. Scalp down, scalp up. And then you don't care what happens after this point, right? You took profits, you're done. This gets a lot easier with margin in a 25, like in a non-PDT account, because you can just keep doing it all day long. But then you dump those scalp winnings into 15 minutes of expiry. No. 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 Stop that. Most days, because of the realized vol crush and the selling of calls and puts, the vast majority of the time, spot is going to just grind down into a narrower and narrower range into close and close flat. On rare occasions, you will squeeze the up or downside of that range, but it's very rare. And several things need to occur there for it to actually happen. Is Evans just infuriated now? He's never gonna talk to me again. Where's LMT support? I have no idea. Trump keeps saying terrible shit about it, so. Nah, like here, like 500, 590. He tweeted something about them like the other day. He told them to cancel the like the F-35 orders. Ugh. Yeah, it's losing long-term support right now. It's crazy that we have like fucking 5 international conflicts and LMT's falling. Trump said, fuck your F-35 contract. Yeah. It even bounced off the magic line. I hate it here. I'm sorry, Evans. If it's any consolation, it kept going up after I sold. Also, it's way easier to do this if you guys aren't using Fidelity. Yeah, also true. Is that it for the downside today? No, not necessarily. This might just be it for the upside for right now. Yes, looks a little weak. Ooh. Stop there. Stop there. Hmm. Getting some nice short puts. There are big sold calls at 80.85. We should just go long. If Apple does make another run at 250 today, I'm gonna sell calls for next week at 50, like 50, 50, 250 or 50, 55. They're spreads. But 22 680C on the bounce back from 660. Sold at the 75 test. Gaps on gaps. I think that was 20%. Nice. Now just do it with far fewer contracts. Hmm. But this is resistance. Ew. Hmm. Those are sold calls. Good morning, Jason. Nice, Nick. Thanks for the Celsius GM tip. Sold on the money CC right on time. Cool. Hmm. Could we push the gap closed? Kind of tough. 75 is like a little bit supportive though. Do we have any data tomorrow? Let's see, what do we have today? We have auctions in an hour. We have a 30-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. Bunch of Japanese data tonight. German balance of trade in the morning. And Great British GDP. US tomorrow? We just have import-export prices. Downside gap. If I remember right, it's a big auction today. I don't think it is. The 30-year? I don't think it's very big at all. Did you close the put side of your straddle? Yes. I did it because I thought we could get more downside. The expected move was only like yesterday we were looking at like 30 points, right? For profitability on the contracts. And we hit 40 today. I entered a 60-50. Tell me if I'm wrong. Probably. We probably won't test 60-50 today. We could, but all of the short vol that just piled in will have to give up, which could take a very long time if it happens at all. I can see us falling back to like 70 again. Maybe 65, but I don't think we'd get back to 50. Probably pull back, then sell more puts at support. Mike. The call walls are big. They're big call walls. They're not going to be easy to break. The 80 and 85 ones are quite large. I think on the 0 GTE, the 80's like 2400 calls and the 85's 3800 calls against the 694 puts sold at 75. So, yeah, we'll probably need to see a fairly significant amount of more put selling. Mhm. How far do we have to get by end of week to get the weakness that you keep talking about? What? Oh, for on the technical side, we would need to close the week below what, like 60.85. Ideally below the collar. Like a new low for the week tomorrow would be very indicative of a breakdown, but or at least a failure of the current upside range. I guess like 60.31 ideally, but even if it was, as long as it's below 85, that's enough. Last week's close was 60.90. I don't think we're getting to 60.31 today. Much have tomorrow, or do we get some dumpies to 60.50 or 60.40s? I don't know. It'll depend how things reposition today. There's not a lot of bullish interest up here, which is kind of why the upside fizzled yesterday, despite having all that momentum. Um, a lot of the positions that had pulled back in the earlier part of the week have not been replaced, and so we're back at roughly the same price levels, but with you know 25% less of the supportive gamma and delta that we had the last time. So it's looking more and more like this is this pushback up to 6100 is a bear rally, which means, yeah, I would expect us to retest GN Jan will also move up if we close. Well, we'll probably move up if we close above it today. And right now it's at 53. Yeah, kind of weak on the right shoulder here. Where can we fall to? 65 if we slip. Gamma's still positive here, though. There's a little support on futures. The last significant support on it was at 500. How many of you guys actually sold the call so that your calls on LMT would be free? So I feel like you wouldn't be asking me questions about it if you were just sitting on free calls that were dying. Nice, Big Dilly. So this one, like before, confirm at 68 if it's breaking down. Sure. Oh, I see what you mean. So, like, yeah, if you're trying to confirm that, like, a breakdown here. Wait, we weren't supposed to buy 2 calls for what? For LMT? No. LMT should have only had like $30 of downside risk. Yeah. So it was supposed to be upside exposed only, and then if it failed local support, which it did, because Musk tweeted about it like 2 days later, and then Trump wants to pull their F-35 contracts like the day before yesterday, then you don't lose any money. See how the line is flat to the downside? Like under 560? There's just no money lost. That's awesome. I'm winding you up because the SPX stopped moving. Bastard. I thought it was straightforward in how it was hedged. Yeah. Amazon almost all-time high. Ew. Now we're even for that thing you did. What? Making money? I did it like 4 times. I hope you're happy with yourself. Do you just not want me to show people how to scalp the SPX? That's fine. Only 2 of those times were annoying. Which one was more annoying? Me making the like the 30 or the 24%, like just exactly how I would describe the trade going, or was it when I accidentally didn't set my stop tight enough, got stopped out, then re-entered and made back the money I lost on the foible plus the move that I was expecting? Or were you just mad that I closed both of them before the top? I'm not mad. I'm hard as a rock, as you should be. Instead of saying do X, just do it and show. That's so much easier said than done, Nuke. Actions plus words, blinky boing boing. Ooh, is it time to be bullish again? Not God tier, but macaroni tier. What is? I just want to say my DD on DKNG was correct. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Nice. You were snubbed for Person of the Year again, Gherk. Lame. I don't know who's on the panel, but I agree. That is pretty lame. It should have been DFE for spending 250 million to give GME holders a second MOASS that they held through. Can SPX top 80, 85 before failing back? Yeah, it could. Well, like 80. I think 80 is a reasonable test. I don't know if we get to 85. Not right now. It's time to be bullish, not overtly. A lot of this price action in this range is just going to be chop. I wouldn't trade it much. That's pretty shitty. Where are the Cubs? I thought you drowned them. Chicago. Oh. I just want enough money to not have to do my laundry. Yeah, alright. Why is Trump talking about ending defense contracts? He's impacting my strategy. He needs to act like a good Republican, because he's not a Republican. He's a narcissist. Doesn't he know it's impacting me? Again, narcissist. I think you're missing a key part of the definition. Quiet poopy. I didn't ask for your opinion. This is not an open forum. Hmm. Oh, well, that's not gonna work. Aha! Profit. Yeah, take that. Where's Evans? I don't get annoyed just every time you make money. I would have killed myself otherwise, but I put in the buy order and the sell order at the same time, and then it printed. It just did nothing but print. Now, I'm trying to figure out what criteria I need to follow to piss you off. Why is LRCX on the roller coaster? Because there's a bunch of sold calls that expire next Friday at the $80 strike. And then there's a bunch of bulls who want to buy semi stocks. I think this is the right time and place for you to educate the pickle jar on Clinton era Democrats. You mean the Bush Lights? Oh. Hillary was the best center-right candidate of 2016. Yeah, I agree. Are you straddling here? No. Might play a rejection. This is kind of the... Well, we could technically go up a little further, maybe? No, probably not. Oh no. My sell order didn't fill. What the fuck? What could we fall back to? 75. There. Did you mention why you're bullish on Riley? There's no indicator. I wasn't bullish on it because of the indicator. I was bullish on Riley because they got a bunch of money to pay off a bunch of debt that they're sitting on. And as they pay that debt off, they're going to open up the ability to get more credit. And the prior performance of the fund, until they bought out a fraudulent bankrupt company, was not bad. So I was kind of betting on their a little bit of a return to normalcy as they use some of those funds from the proceeds of the brand sales that they've made to right the ship, so to speak, set themselves up for their next fraudulent endeavor. Hillary's pianist dangles center right. She likes the corporations. Well, Trump's not actually a Republican. He's a Democrat. That's why there's all those pictures of him with, the Clintons and Jeffrey Epstein. Are we doomed to go up into the right until the carry trade collapses again? No. It's probably going to be a lot of sideways, too. No, Gherk, you're really going to start blowing people's minds. I don't think anybody for a second thought that Donald Trump wasn't a sexual predator. I don't think this is shocking news. Eating up AQN down here, nom nom. Nice. They all are, probably. What if I told you most Republicans are also Democrats? Yeah, okay. I believe that. What if I told you that there was actually no dividing line? It's all just made up. It's theater. It probably just has to do with the ebb and flow of like margin expansion and risk assets. I don't really think it's directly correlated. The correlation's very high right now, but that hasn't always been true in the past. So it may just be that like BTC is the risk asset to buy right now, and margins expanding, which makes it a favorable trade. Remember post Jan 2021 when Fidelity told people they were going to modernize ATP? Yeah, in the meantime, you could have just been trading on a different broker the entire time. I work in democratic politics. Gherkin is correct. You think Elon gets Trump to fall into a K-hole with him? I think if Trump goes down a K-hole, he's not coming back out. It's going to be a one-way ticket. Bernie's like the only one who's been somewhat consistent his entire career. Yeah, but he's too far from center, so no one listens to him. The first thing to remember is Americans don't like change. For America, yeah. I mean, for any other democratic nation in the world, he's basically a centrist. See, people like Poopy Pants are very afraid of change. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Ooh, Mr. Poopy Butthole. We'll make another $25 here if this keeps up. What's $25 every 15 minutes times an 8-hour workday? It's $100 an hour, right? So that's not bad. It's like 32,000 a week. 1.6 mil a year. $40 a week, $800 an hour. Is my math wrong? That's $32,000 a week. That's not even an expensive lawyer. I just want you guys to remember that when you do whatever job you do every day. That's a mediocre lawyer. Nope, I did it again. Woo! What if I want to make $800 an hour? It is supposed to be $100 an hour, isn't it? Yeah, that's shittier. That's only $4,000 a week. It's been a ride. Jamie brought me in. Sons made me question what I was doing here. Bobby and Rev were epic. I was rich in March 2023. I'm poor by April 2023. Now I'm smarter. Thanks, Gherk. No problem, Cobra. Whatever. $200,000 a year. Or $208,000 a year. If I buy back into treasuries right now, I can just make 1.1 million a year doing nothing for the next 30 years. I'd still have play money. Ooh. Is it enough? No. But I wouldn't have to do anything else. Let's be real, you'd get so bored. Yeah, I would. The kind of job you have and where one works should also be accounted for. Oh, look, I just made more money. This is fun. Yeah, I would get super bored. You still have to launch GS first. I know. You're like a shark. If you stop, you're dead. When are you building your Scrooge McDuck pit? Not for a while. That thing was full of gold. Have you seen the price of gold? I don't know where they're gonna pump to. There's nowhere to go. I guess we could go to like 85. But gross. $500 on margin? I mean, a cash account, sure, but $500 on margin is like it's like 6 months to get to 25K. You can't get to. You're not going to get to a million in 6 months with 500 in a margin account. You could do it in a cash account, maybe. What's the new strat? There isn't a strategy. What strategy? Oh, I'm just shorting the resistance and then buying when it touches the next strike down, where bulls keep selling puts. But I make $25 every time it happens. I'm now up to $106. And it hasn't even been an hour yet. It's only been like 30 minutes. We should just build a bot that does that. Probably. But the conditions will change, and then the bot sucks, and it'll just lose money. I'm ghosting and down 500. This would not be a good strategy for algorithmic trading. What's with the eyeballs, Nick? Are my dimples getting more insane as I get older? Like they kind of are. Oh my god, I'm getting cuter. This is fantastic. Thanks for letting me know. I'll go trade that strat. Well, sounds terrible. Well, I mean, if you're gonna set up algos, it's got to be a far more specific strategy that I'm gonna buy the local resistance and supports, or sell the resistance, buy the support, right? It's got to be it can't be something like that because that's gonna move, and then the algo just lose money anytime it's outside of that range. Shortfall can keep this up until ES fails hard enough in pre-market that they can't recover it, right? I mean, shortfall can keep this up as long as the rest of the shortfall is in agreement with them, which it's not really, and that's why we're kind of slipping and not getting higher highs because we have a lot of the shortfall in the money. Wow, the out of the money short puts, they're now out of the money. Taking profit on those positions, which pulls the support out from under any shortfall that enters at the money and destabilizes their positioning. And so well, not accretion, degradation of that support over time um, can lead to a failure for whatever shortfall is still in. Right, it only takes one person going out the door to kind of knock over all the Jenga blocks. No, I haven't. Because I don't watch videos of idiots on the internet like you do, C-Mill. Myself included. Oh, should I short here? Oh, it's too low. I didn't get the top. Hmm. This is the auction, though. Go EV plus 100%. So like $1.10. Oh my god, it's up 15 cents. Look at it go. It actually touched like 80 cents for a second there. What happened? They clearly got some news because somebody's covering hard as fuck right now. Ooh. Should I chase it? How much is the 50-cent contract? It's 2 cents. Let's try a little further out. 3 cents. It's kind of tempting. I don't know what's happening, but I like what I see. Oh wait, am I still short futures? Whew. I almost didn't make money there. That was close. Another 25 bucks. Get it. Am I rich yet? No, I'm not. Oh man, Goivy's doing some crazy shit, actually. Huh. What the fuck happened? Did they declare bankruptcy? I'm gonna lose all $100 I put on it, right? Or maybe I'm not. I'm up $37. Holy shit. Maybe someone else gave them more money. That's usually what causes it to run, is like some other dipshit's like, hey, you guys need some more money to do nothing? Oh, wait. There's something about Canoe here. Shut up. Hmm. Shares were also up, but why? Why are they up? This looks like a short squeeze. Ooh, do I still have data on this piece of shit? Yeah, but why wouldn't you just keep shorting until tax-free returns? Gamma Max was at 22 cents. Vega flips positive on the chain at 50. Delta's just done nothing but fall off because there's no more fucking options anywhere near the money. Vol's way up. Interesting. Hey man, Rev went to like fucking $11 after it went to 20 cents. How many sold puts are at $1 on this? 15,000 at 50 cents, 4,000 at $1 for the Gen expiry. 3,500 calls for December 20. 3,000 calls for Jan. They have Jan 26 options too. Less puts sold there though. Wonder who sold this one put at 50 cents for Jan 2027. Oh. If it actually breaks 50 cents, it's going to do some crazy shit. Just FYI. It's very far from 50 cents, but who knows? Ooh, time to go long on ES. Oh no, I'm missing it. Stop. Wait for me. Profit is profit, Garrick. What did Evans say that he retracted? Oh no, it's dead. A lot of volume. 401 million. They only have 92 million share float. Churn. The shares outstanding is 96.78 million. Auctions are in. 3-month is now below the 10-year officially. Ooh. Is that going to last? Where's support? Support's down at 60, 70, 80. Still got like a couple more bucks. We need this to go back up again and fill that gap. Hmm. Bulls don't save it here. Gamma goes negative. They left a 1 cent gap at 74. No, no, it is. Bro, that's the point. 10-year 3 month heavy breathing. Some people just want to watch money markets burn. How do taxes work on options? Do you keep the full 25 you make? No, it's capital gains. On SPX and MES and ES, there's a tax treatment. So a percentage of your gains are treated as long-term capital gains, and another percentage are treated as short-term capital gains. On everything else, it's just short-term cap gains. If you're making money from trading, you should probably get an accountant. Bulls failed. Have they? They might. They did. Wait, did I get the wrong one? Whoops. Okay, don't drop any more here. Wait, are you still trading a few 100 million shares every 15 minutes? That's not weird, right? Mm. Hmm. Bit of short ball. '74. Hmm. So 70. 65, 60. I don't see why this couldn't retest 60. We need to fail a little bit more, though. What do we need to lose? We'll get back under 68, 90. We almost failed. Hmm. NQ still looks pretty weak. It's actually just $0, Evan. All right. Is there GoEV news, or are people just tripping? I don't know. I don't think there was any. Well, there was no news that I'm aware of. I did see where the delisting's been extended out to June of 2025, so maybe that's it. Maybe. Hmm. 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 There's no Costco earnings play. I've never tried to finger knit a scarf. I don't even know what that means. It looks like the 3 years at 4.3, 4.342, 10 years at 4.304. Still just bear steepening. Dollar is down though, which is a bit rough. Auction was 4.26. It's still above the 10 year. Oh, no. 10 years at 4.3 today. Costco does not have the DoorDash gift card anymore. What? What do you mean? Don't tell me that. I only bought like $1,000 worth. They're on to you. This is very unfortunate. Ooh, negative gamma. Wee. God, stop trying to pump it. It's not cool. $69.30. You what? I bought like $1,000 worth of Uber Eats and DoorDash gift cards, respectively. It's 20% off. Saddest news of the day. Puts on Costco. Not yet. Don't forget that I bought $1,000 each of those. And they were almost sold out of them. Maybe your Costco just sold out. It basically pays for the service fee. If you get the subscriptions, you don't have to pay for the service fee. It's like $100 a year or something. Do you have data on GoEV? It's irrelevant. There's no strikes in the money. That's positive gamma. Gross. I don't even think people are buying GoEV options. You can just buy 100 shares for $25. Yeah. Or you could get leverage on 100 shares for 2 cents. Oh, I bought options. Okay. Why is Jimmy acting stable up here? Why are you asking me these stupid fucking questions? There's sold puts at 25. There's sold calls at 30. The sold puts at 25 fall off on OPEX. The sold calls are forever. I don't like this move back to positive. 140. Goddamn fucking bulls. Mm. Who's trying to bounce shit? Back to flat gamma. NQ retesting 21.7. Hmm. We didn't fill the upside gap, did we? Curious. What's this? 21.30, 69.10. 130. $30 auctions at 1 o'clock. Oh, why isn't this gap filling? There it is. All right, this is going to push higher. I'm going to close it. Like no volume on this. Still the same resistance here. Let's see. Okay, so sold calls to the upside of 75. 65 still support. The downside. Wonder if we shake the bot calls here on the retest. I think they'd want to go in the money. Retest 85 and then fail. Sold puts at 70 and 75 are pulling back. What's going on with GoEV? I have no idea. Someone said they got their delisting extended to 2025. The fucking liquidity on it's going nuts, though. They have a foothold on positive gamma, but they don't have any actual, like, positive gamma yet. Now they do. Above 75, they get a little bit. There's no volume on futures, though. The futures volume's dog shit on this move up. Also, no bullish positioning at 80. There's some bot calls here at 75. There's a synthetic long. But 80s, the sold puts at 80 are gone. There's just sold calls there right now. Hmm. Hmm. The fuck are they selling? The 60? They're selling the 70. Not very much. They're not selling the 80, which is odd. Fine. Hmm. One, 5, 25, 25. So stop. All right, I'll be right back. What's going on? Why are you ignoring me? I know you don't love me anymore, do you? Is that it? What? I understand delta exposure, but I don't understand gamma. It's the rate of change in delta. Gravy had investor conferences yesterday in New York City for Benchmark Discovery and in Utah for Roth Deer Valley. Okay. I think NQ might be getting ready to brown, ideally. This was a lot of effort to not get that much of a pump. Not sure why they're trying to reverse it here. I guess I just don't want gamma slipping negative, but I don't think it really poses a big threat. I mean, even if the at the money, like the 75, 70, and 65 short puts went in the money, there's still a massive wall of sold puts at 60 and 55 and 50 and 40. So I don't see why they'd be so worried about the lower test. Maybe they just got a little excited and sold puts too early before there was any actual support. Lower high there is not a great look, though. $71.50, $69.40. Hmm. Cut my call out of boredom. Hmm. Fair. Turns out it was the right move. Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of volume backing the bounce on NQ or ES. It was a weird place for bulls to try to recover price anyway. Like they should have just let it fall into the 60 or the 60 strike again and then sold the 65 instead of trying to sell higher because now they're getting squeezed out of them. Like all the puts they just sold. Spread and yields is going nuts. Liquidity is fucked. Liquidity's been kind of fucked for a while. Mm. So gamma goes negative, like right at that pink line. 71.20. 69.60. Hmm. What time is it? 12:30? Ooh, a little bull trap. Nice. Some JNCOs are looking tasty this morning below 111. Getting a little frothy now. Might be time to be an oily boy again. Maybe. Yeah. I'll catch the upsides after the big candle break at 70. I'll take it. Yeah. So the strike is loaded with delta exposure already, and you put the Gex chart next to it, and in between strikes show a lot of gamma. Can I make an assumption out of that? Yeah, that the rate at which delta at the in the money strikes increases on a move up is greater. Or, the move into the denser area of gamma. Also, that the delta is probably longer dated. The higher gamma positions are probably shorter dated. At least out of the money. This is an aggressively slow failure again. Trying to sell more puts. Mm. Hmm. Both? Can you do layoffs again yesterday? Well, that's good. They don't make anything. I don't know what they need employees for. Hey, negative gamma. And another gap. This has a little bit more momentum. Thank you for confirming my bias. No problem. This is so fucking dull. Just go down. Holy shit. That's right there. Let's just cross over the line. 69.70. That's all I want. Just a little taste of negative gamma. They don't have to dip their whole toe in, you know? Just give it a little tap. Bull's sweating here? I don't know why. They've sold every put all the way down to 6,000 in size. It's fine to let a few slip in the money. They act like it's the end of the world. Failure has range to 60. Yeah, like 65, 60. Maybe, maybe down here. But we could fall. We could fall like we did earlier and retest like the low of the day. That's less likely though. First we have to wait for the whole thing where they fight for positive gamma. I mean VIX is at like 13. It's not like their margin risk is going up rapidly or anything. Part of this is NQ and VWAP, but still. There we go. Yeah, just lean into it. Let it go. Whoosh. Get a little vol spike, and then you can sell the 60 for more money. It's perfect. Today wasn't too bad. I got out of my straddle alright. I honestly didn't think I would with the fucking practically flat open. No, there's no reason for that to be support. Uh-uh. No. Stupid. There, the gap's filled. Now go back down again. $69.80. Ah, bitch. $71.60. Well, BOJ isn't supposed to hike. I don't think they will. I mean, June until the Jan meeting? Possibly, yeah. I don't know. Risk off before the Jan meeting, though, right? So, I mean, if there is risk in the position, we'll see it. We'll see it start to, some of it start to fall off before the Jan meeting if they don't cut in December. They might just surprise everyone though, like they did in August. BKR out of borrowable shares on GoEV. It feels like old times. It's doing stuff. It's kind of fun. So we failed to get back to positive gamma. This should have a little bit more room for a lower low now. Maybe we actually get like a real sell-off this time. Squeeze out some of the short puts. So much effort. I'm just trying to stabilize it though. I don't get it. Maybe they just want to stay away from the collar. Maybe that's what they're worried about. Slip too close to the collar and get sucked into it. Hmm. It's like sticking your wiener too close to a vacuum cleaner. I've done that. That was, yeah, but this is accidental. Also, ouch. And how? Never mind. The fuck? Bull's doing bull things. They're going for that other gap. Lame. That was fucking crazy. Kind of weird that futures isn't moving up at all. That's obnoxious. Yeah, a little bit. Hmm. 71, 70, 69, 70. The fuck, they don't want a short vol here though. $2 higher. Mm, get a lower high on these. It's not really great. So they still need to push out to here. They're trying. Give them a minute. You're gonna have to leverage up the options in this range a bit more though. And stop just selling the 60. Give me a second. Holy shit, it's cold outside. Uh, we didn't fill the downside gap. Support there. MQ looks bullish still. Something's turning around there. Is it like NVIDIA? Eh. I'm gonna sell more calls on Apple. IWM's kind of shitting the bed. There's a weird spread with SPX and MES today. Double gap, triple gap. Bulls seem to be having a hard time getting any positive gamma under them. They're trying really fucking hard. Ugh. What's the upside range on this? Like 80? We can still push 80. 75 to 80 is a little rough, but uh, let's see if they get the reversal. Pretty close. ES reversals at 85. 85, 87, 75. Major resistance is what? 60, 89? Interesting. Breakout on MNQ at 21,740. God, I want to short that. What the fuck is wrong with me? Boom, 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 boom. So too early for Tesla puts? Probably, yeah. Okay, so it's still got some more room to the upside. Gaps filled. Short. No, short. If I can process my goddamn order, you piece of shit. These are not the same. Hmm. 3 gaps to the downside. Remember, more positive gamma to the upside. We're back above the synth long again. Ooh, big sellers at 85. Hmm. How the fuck did I get stopped out? What? Prime. MSTR, Greg. If you had financial acumen to sell curry calls and buy leaps on MSTR, you would realize your gains would surpass those from your precious GME covered calls within 6 months. Now I'd probably just get a sign like the first week. It's retarded. The volatility is way too high. There's definitely a sweet spot for that volatility, but MSTR is not it. With NatGas energy rising into winter, how come DVN continues to sell off? NatGas isn't doing that well, man. Yeah, some of it could be the dividend coming up, sure. But also, just NatGas isn't doing that well. NatGas hasn't done well in a long time. I'm down 20% on it. How much lower could you see DVN going? Potentially? Let's see. That gas is starting to tick up, but still very, very low. Oil's just over 70 a barrel. Mm. There's probably some pretty decent support around 30. But there's also a little support here around like 35, 36. So either of those should be reasonable. I mean, at worst, like $20. I don't think it's going much below that unless we get like a market crash or something. In which case it would just bounce back anyway. They haven't had very good performance this year, but they're fine. They're still paying out their dividend. Payout ratio is still really low. I mean, it's definitely not like a short-term buy and hold kind of position. So failed the trend, retesting it. Might fail again. Ooh. A little bit of the synth long closed on that test. We're getting sold calls in the money at 70. And someone's building a synth short at 80. Okay, so things are shifting a little bit more in the Bears' favor here. Somebody went synth long at 50 and 45. Weird. I guess that was the last bounce. Hmm. Are we gonna walk down $5 a day? What if it was even slower than that, Cobra? $65 retest, unlikely. No, I mean that's kind of where the gamma bottoms out, 65, 60. So it's within our trading, like our current trading range, somewhere in here. They keep trying to save it at 65, but if it were to slip, yeah, it's got more range. Some of the positioning is getting a touch more bearish, but just a touch. I think if this fails VWAP though, we might actually get a breakdown. Because we got a bunch of gaps down there. And someone's selling the 70 call pretty aggressively, so they're targeting a close lower than spot. Or at least under 65. Is that the 65 or the 70? That's the 70. Yeah, they sold about 1,300 calls at 70 so far. And then some of the at the money calls, the long calls at 75 that were part of that synth long have sold off about half of those. And somebody's very, very slowly buying some puts at 60, 80. So a slight shift more bearish from just the sold put sold calls on either side of 75, but maybe not enough yet to really change anything substantially. Also, we have the auction just in, right? How did that turn out? Shitty bid to cover, I'm sure. Let's see. 2.39 high yield, 4.535, 4.523. So a little 12-point tail on that. 22 billion. That'll be good for the dollar, though. I don't like what that means for NQ, maybe. Wonder what gets rugged harder, breadth or the. Like, that's going to be kind of okay for tech, not good for anything else. I love getting stopped out when spot doesn't even move to my strike. You bitch. I'm looking at that wrong. What's the high on this? 60, 84, 50. Nope. How many questions does AJ ask per day on average? I don't know, but Sahib's here to fill in his spot. I don't have enough theta for less than $5 a day. You have theta? I feel they're trying to stare with a collar through SLD. Maybe. AVGO News? No idea. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Oh, this is a great read. Doesn't AVGO have earnings today? Is it today? Head and shoulders? Technically. Yeah. Wow. Kind of blew through it a little bit. But there is one. Still need to test it. 60, 84, 50 MES. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this is. When's AVGO's earnings or why won't fucking go to the earnings? Tell me when they are, you piece of shit. Oh, there it goes. Wait. Why? Where do you have to mouse over to get this thing to fucking highlight? Oh, they're tonight. Yeah. I probably just like earning shit. Someone might be dumping bags or trying to get out. Don't want to short that failure. Maybe. No, I don't. It's too choppy. Short down here. Loss at 80. Yeah. Otherwise, short 80. 804.25. It's probably just going to bounce higher and keep consolidating. Let's use terms like gamma max, negative gamma. All these terms are new to me. Where would I go to begin if you were to begin once again? I see that you also know when calls and puts are sold or bought. Well, I don't know definitively whether they're sold or bought, but I have an idea. Like I'm using an assumption, like a mathematic assumption to assume whether they're bought or sold, of which there are hundreds of different ones. I think mine's pretty good, but I might not be right. Gamma max is pretty simple. It's the maximum amount of gamma exposure on the options chain for the market maker. And so when we're using terms like that, gamma max, gamma neutral, delta neutral, we're referring to the position of the market maker's book, and where the market maker's exposure to those Greeks is located on the options chain. Specifically where there is no exposure to those Greeks, the neutral point, and at the max where they have achieved maximum exposure to that Greek. But follow along, ask questions, I'll answer them. There's no resource just yet. You can go to gammastrike.com and there's some PDFs on the homepage you can check out. We got some information there. So I was correct. I should have shorted the fucking 84.50, and now it's not going to fill. You fucking piece of shit. Fuck you, Kenny. Why? Why are they selling so many fucking puts for no fucking money? I don't understand, like, the risk-reward structure on these at all. It's like, you know what? 75 cents. Just give me 75 cents and buy all these fucking puts from me. Why, worse yet, why is the MM agreeing to this? Who's coming in and fucking buying these tails? He's like, you know what? I want them. I want those puts. Give him the book to read. There's a reading list in the Discord, too. Look at the pickle jar being so helpful. Mode on the sold calls, sold puts, I think will remain a mystery. Okay, there's a lot of different interpretive models for trying to figure out whether puts are bought or sold or calls are bought or sold. Hundreds and hundreds, thousands of them that have been developed. I think ours is pretty good. But it's again, it's just an interpretation. So it could be wildly wrong at any given point in time. The only person who definitively knows whether calls are bought or sold is the market maker. And on the SPX, where you have multiple market makers, no individual market maker knows all the strikes. Work on your shill game. It's not like it's not what I'm good at. And I'd much rather have people around who want to learn something and understand that, the market's not just going to cough over 1,000% gains to them every day than deal with people who expect too much. YouTube TV going up to $10 a month? What do they even show on there? Wait, am I on there? You think Kenny and the other MMs text each other nudies of their books? I think Kenny has a hedge fund which steps in and saves his ass when he's getting blown out on gamma, but
Someone put their pickle in my jar. WeBull doesn't allow PMCC using leaps as collateral to sell calls against them, and forces you to have options level 4 to sell the shorter dated calls naked even if you've purchased underlying deep ITM leaps. Does this matter? Is it more risky? Or is WeBull being dumb 3?
No, I think you might be being dumb. No offense, of course, but if you click on your open leap option, right click on it, it should give you the option to open up a calendar spread or a diagonal. And then you can just open a diagonal against it or a calendar spread against it, and then that would be your PMCC. Could have called WeBull customer support. Instead, pays random streamer. I don't know if you've ever dealt with WeBull customer support, but I would pay any amount of money to not have to fucking talk to them. So I get it. Maybe he's got awkward social awkward disease. Who knows? Ni hao, this is Weeble. Your premium data yet, sir? No? Okay, please hold. No, you call them and then they send you like a message in the app, and then like 12 hours later they get around to addressing your issue. At least with Fidelity, if they want me to shut up, they give me free options trades. Any sane reason GoEV has traded over 800 million shares today? It looks like somebody's getting squeezed out. Or trying to exit a very, very, very large short position without getting squeezed out, maybe more accurately. Which I find interesting because it means somebody's opinion of the stock going to zero has dramatically changed. Because exiting a short before the company goes out of business is not good for tax purposes. I would like MNQ to go down now, please, and thank you. What a weird bear flag.
Someone put their pickle in my jar, yes, but forced to reopen diagonal every time forces you to lock in either the loss gain of the underlying leap. If you buy the deep ITM $10 leap when price of stock is $20 and you sell a call for $22 and the stock drops to $18, you lock in loss and can't sell another call 3.
You should be able to close the individual legs. You don't have to keep paying me money. Just talk in the YouTube chat. But you should be able to close the individual legs and leave the other leg open without locking in the loss on the leap. Yeah, it should let you buy back the one of the legs, or close one of the legs. Oh, you can't close the leg that would leave a naked position open. But you can't do that without level 4 options anywhere. We don't have enough characters in YouTube to ask a decent question, by the way. I mean, YouTube just has a cap on the number of characters. It's not me. It's just YouTube. I don't set like the number of characters available in chat. Yeah, or DM me on the Discord. I mean, as far as I know, you should be able to close the individual legs, and then no platform is going to let you leave a naked leg open. You can call WeBull and ask them to roll your leap or something like that, or move your leap, and they might agree to do that. Although, probably not. Sometimes the more traditional brokers, you can call their options desk and get them to move shit around for you that you don't have the options level to move yourself. Um, I don't think WeBull would be the platform to do that, but yeah, you should be able to move the sold leg. You should be able to close, open, reposition the sold leg against the diagonal or calendar, or however you open it.
Someone put their pickle in my jar on level 3 on WeBull. You can only leg out of the sold call, but then can't sell another unless you buy another diagonal outright. It's odd. Also, I pay you for each question cause you're worth it, and this has extreme value 3-3.
Thank you so much. Okay, that I don't understand at all. That might be something to actually contact Webull support about, because maybe it's like the software is just locking in that you put a diagonal against it and it won't let you sell another one against it. Because yeah, that's strange. Maybe you could open another diagonal outright and then close the initial diagonal without too much slippage. But that sounds like a technical issue, like a bug that they need to fix. That doesn't sound like a your problem kind of thing. I've experienced some weird shit with Webull like that before too. Where I've like opened, like I've had like a straddle and opened a vertical against it, and then went to close the vertical, and then later on I wanted to open another vertical against it, and it wouldn't let me. I mean, none of this is all margin, Willie. You can't do any of that on cash account. You can't. I mean, I know some brokers let you open spreads on cash accounts, but not diagonals and shit. They'll let you open verticals on a cash. It's very few brokers, but some brokers will let you open verticals on a cash account. $60.80 on ES significant? It shouldn't be, but yeah, it has been. 75 should be more important, and then 64. 75 actually shouldn't really be a very big level. It's just acted as one because it kind of coincides with where the collar is. And so a lot of interest is built up around it. But the important levels on ES are 65 and 90 right now.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. I did contact them equals. They said it's policy. It's known to go to 2S or other platform for traditional PMCC. My question is, with this strangeness, is the risk the same? Does it matter if WeBull is flagging your sold call as naked even if you investor know you have an IM leap? 3.
Oh, no. I mean, I mean, structurally, it doesn't matter. You're hedged. Because, I mean, if you have the bot call, right, and you're hedged on the spread, at least. I mean, there's some IV oddities there with different expirations. But yeah, I mean, effectively, you're hedged. So there's no, I mean, the risk, there is a slight risk profile. There's a risk profile difference between, you know, opening a PMCC as like a bound contract using the um, complex order book and opening, you know, two separate legs, one long, one naked. The risk is identical between those. The only way you'd run into some trouble there is if you're doing it on like equities because you have pin risk. Um, in the event of like early exercise or something like that. But on European style options, the profile is exactly the same. Ooh, that's a failure. Should I chase this more? Hmm, maybe not. Maybe that's stupid. Hmm, that's both gaps filled. Could still technically push down to 60. Gamma's negative here, just a touch. And drops off even more to 65. 60 with momentum, but then bounce? I feel better if NQ was selling off. Moments ago, when you're asking yourself, why are they selling these puts? Are you able to see that in real
Someone
time?
put their pickle in
I
my
mean,
jar.
yeah.
Does WeBull flagging sold call as naked impact the margin required to sell the short dated call? To be hedged, it means you can sell the leap to buy shares of sold call if assigned. I'm scared of margin and trying to not ruin my life. Get blown up. Tie for help 3.
I don't know. Do you have portfolio? Yeah. So, if you have portfolio margin and they're allowing you to sell naked calls, your risk is simply the spread, right? You're not. Yeah. Your risk isn't going to be bound to the price of the underlying. It's going to be calculated off of the both holdings, or it should be. Um, if you don't have portfolio margin, you could run into some issues. But are they letting? I mean, are they letting you sell naked on like SPX without portfolio margin? That probably not. I can't see that. This is like 250K in margin requirements if that were the case. All your questions can be answered for free by almost anyone in the SPX chat on the Discord. I mean, if this is helpful to him. But yeah, I mean, if you're carrying a naked call, it's going to impact your margin. The difference there would be that if you have portfolio margin, so you're carrying, you know, I don't know what WeBull's requirement for it is, probably like 125K. But if you're carrying portfolio margin, then you know your margin is only going to be affected on the spread between the two positions as long as they're in the same account. No, that's just because you're deep underwater, Cobra. SPX chat isn't free, is it? No. It's in the billionaires. The 10-year 3-month is so close to nutting. Yeah, which would be really bad for tech. But, that's not close enough. You're a YouTuber, you need to milk these $3 question answer in short bursts and wait for follow-ups. I mean, if there's value in him spending the money, whatever, it gets my attention. But yeah, if it's lengthy, you can always just reach out to me. I'll usually try to answer everyone's DMs. I just want to thank you for being the best Gherkin in the world. Yeah, no problem. Well, these guys are mad at the guy paying Gherk. Yeah. we have a weird system here. Billionaire membership is worth every penny if you're sitting on the fence. So much value, real questions answered, plus Pickles Picks is absolute fire. Thanks, man.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. You're worth the money, Gherk, especially since I paper-handed pigeon whale. Me paying for questions is my own way of supporting you financially between the billionaire and PW. It also has inherent value because it guarantees a response versus chat. Thanks for all your help and taking my money.
No problem, man. Thanks, 3 ports down.
Someone put their pickle in my jar 10.
Thank you so much, dude. Wait, was there more to that? Fuck you, Porous, you're salty. I'm giving dad money. Riku, you poor fuckers. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Mm. Pickles Picks is good, but you still need to think critically. I mean, you've got to think critically about trading anyway. There's no way around
Popcorn
that.
put their pickle in my jar. No time for pleasantries. When down.
Went
3.
down. Well, we're going down right now. I hope that's a big help. Hmm.
Cobra put their pickle in my jar. I need some real analysis on when SPX 2803.
When SPX 2800, we need a treasury liquidity crisis, or we need the Fed to turn monetary policy around. And then, yeah, reasonable. Collapse of the carry could do it, potentially. Japan just moved around like their scheduling for the Jan meeting. It's still on the same date. I think it's like the 17th or something like that. Or the 16th, maybe. Hey, Atomic, it's your boy Gurk. I just wanted to say you're my favorite quant. Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful there, alright? You can't just do that. I always feel like a stripper. Win big down. I don't know. I'm thinking like maybe with Trump getting into office, quarter one, mid quarter one, 2025, maybe. That's what I'm buying Vega puts for. After OPEX, before Trump is inaugurated, maybe. That might not be bad. I'm really glad I didn't short again, because this appears to be extraordinarily stable. Define big down. I don't know, 10% or greater. I don't have the theta for that. I'm gonna need to adjust my strategy. Wait, I thought you were just trying to short like a breakdown of the top here, like 59.38 target or something. Do you have a PT for the root short? The $70. 70 is where support's been the whole time. Which I think, yeah, I think I put that in when I wrote it up. I'm now 10% allocated to AQN. Okay, it's got some potential. I don't know if it's 10% of a portfolio potential. It's got maybe like 130% potential upside, but that's a big allocation for a utility company. Well, I don't know. Maybe your port's not that big. It's a nice compounder right now, though, between the dividend and stuff. I don't hate it. All right. I won't judge you too harshly then. inverse head and shoulders didn't materialize. Not yet, no. Oh. Although I don't think that means we're going down anymore than we already have. We're kind of near where gamma bottoms out here. Can a poor read your write-ups? I used to read them on Reddit, but I guess you don't do it there no more. I don't anymore. Um, but I still do daily write-ups on the Discord. They're just not like about like they used to just be about GME, and I don't do those anymore. Um, but I do it for, SPX and whatever other stocks I'm trading. SPX I do every day. But the Cubs come out next week. Cubs might come out this week. I cannot get on your Discord for some reason. That's weird. Message me on Reddit, and I'll I'll try to I'll take a look at it after the stream. There should be a link in the description that you can just join. Ooh, Slippy? Maybe. There's a synthetic long at 65, which is falling in the money now. That's bearish. 50 test? Ooh. It's only 2 o'clock. No, it's greedy. They're gonna try to save it before then. Maybe not. Yeah, no problem, dude. Vobek's incoming, PPI hot, and everything pumping aside from healthcare. Wouldn't you expect participants to front run if drop after inauguration is the sentiment? I don't think that's the overarching sentiment. I mean, Vol's at Vol's at like fucking all-time lows right now. I think the sentiment is this pump is going to last forever. I just don't think they're correct. Nothing's a risk. Everything's fine. Nothing will go, nothing will move against the expected course, which is stocks only go up. But there's no money left. Leverage is middling. Like, we're not getting a lot of leverage expansion, which we could get if yields were to move substantially higher, but we're not getting that. A little bit of the leverage in the carry trade shook off, and then it came back, and then it shook off again. If the dollar were to decline in any meaningful way, I mean, leverage would just tank. And so, there's also additionally a fear that, that leverage is at risk. And it is. I mean, realistically, like, JPow's cut quite a bit already. And if he cuts again, the narrowness of the spread there means that any retreat in the dollar has a significant impact. And then, I mean, yields right now aren't high enough for the banks to be at risk. But they're also not high enough for anyone to want to buy the bonds. So, something's going to have to give there because there's no liquidity in the treasury market. I mean, look at the 30-year auction today. Bid to cover at like 2.3. Primary dealers taking like nothing. I mean, none of them want to fucking touch U.S. debt at 4.5%. How much would you consider meaningful? For what? For dropping the dollar? If the dollar were to retreat to like 103, 100, like Dixie to 100, 103, big problem. Big problem very fast. And more importantly, a big problem for tech, right? A lot of tech valuation comes from the idea that the dollar is stronger and is going to persistently stay stronger. Those multinationals really depend on that strong dollar. People think America's not going to survive for 30 years. There's a lot of people who think America's not going to survive the next 4. Will there be a Gamma Strike Christmas card? Yeah, it's Jay Fresh naked in his sex chair with a erect penis, and he's just laying one finger on the tip of it while looking coyly into the camera. And on his right arm is tattooed Fartcoin. I'll take a dozen. Excellent. That'll help make up for the people that think it's gross. His poor wife. Well, if Dork doesn't get there pretty soon, I mean, she's gonna have to take the photo. Oh, look, Willie messaged me. Rubner's an idiot. Does he not know how money markets work? Doesn't he know that money's all just deployed? Wait till the 10-3 on invert and money markets go bloop. How will Broadcom earnings affect NVIDIA price? Who the fuck knows? I don't know what Broadcom's earnings are. Do you? And if you do, tell us. Probably not, but the attempt to sound hip was hilarious. Once a nerd, always a nerd. He's not even that good of a nerd. He's just, like, kind of crazy. And says a lot of, like, outlandish shit that means nothing. I'm not sure why he has that job sometimes. I think in the interview process, they were like, do you understand Black-Scholes? And he was like, yeah. And they were like, hired. I feel like if you're dealing with like any advanced mathematic concepts in finance, you find a lot of people that are grossly underqualified for their positions because nobody else has any fucking clue what their job actually is. Thoughts on picking up some more long yen positions before BOJ? I wanted to get in long yen at like 156, 157, or more. I have some from the last time it got weird, but I would like more. I'm thinking that if they do nothing at the December meeting, the yen is gonna crater, and that's the moment that I want to pounce on. All the money is in one jar. That's what me and JFresh have been telling everyone since we tested the 1929 trend line, is that it's all the fucking money's in the jar. No one has more. Now they're just moving shit around. All of the central banks in the world basically are not printing money. They're all in rate hiking cycles or very slowly coming out of them, but nobody's easing anything. So the money we got, that's it. Apple devices set to switch to in-house chip and shift from Broadcom, sources say. Bloomberg reports. Oof. Where does the money come from? Well, we print it, and then we give it to rich people. And then they hoard it all like dragons. And they hire people to move it around, so it turns into a little bit more money every year without losing any. Job creators. Yeah, exactly. And in the effort to make sure that their money makes a little bit more money every year, sometimes they throw some at poor people. Usually at the cost of their time or livelihood. If they pay their taxes, the poor wouldn't be so bad. Imagine sweeping tax reform that wasn't just entirely designed by lobbyists. It's almost like you're talking about a different country or something. One where the politicians aren't allowed to accept bribes. Legal bribery. Fuck off, Bob. They're speaking fees. Sure. Yeah, because Gary Fucktwit from the 80th District of Oklahoma totally has the requisite skill set to be on the board of whatever company he's on the board of. No, you're right, Popcorn. They could in all of the United States, they could not find anybody else with his unique qualifications. Why is Apple trading at a 40 PE? I mean, that's reasonable compared to other things. Like Tesla. GameStop's trading at 150x its forward earnings. I mean, Costco is a very successful business, though. And they are growing. And they're growing at a rate above the I mean above the consensus. I would agree that yes, they're significantly overvalued, but everything is. Rising tide, all ships. Something. But Apple, how grow more when already max big? You're not wrong. But that's why they have a 40 PE and not a 60 or an 80 or what's Tesla's right now? 109x. No, I just have a giant pile of Uber Eats and DoorDash gift cards on my desk, and I have nervous energy and nowhere to spend it. So I'm just flipping cards. You're not poor. If I was gonna send anybody food, it would be Dork. Maybe we should do like a Dork food stream and fill up his non-existent freezer. You're shuffling gift cards? Yeah. If there's something around that's remotely card sized and I can shuffle it, I will. Far too many years playing Magic. I thought we were giving him exercised corn futures. I mean, that'd be fun too. Are you a greasy mono blue control player? I just played whatever the best deck was. Sometimes it was mono blue. Rarely. Usually something far worse, like blue black or blue white. What's up, Bob? 10.3.009. Cool. You know the world doesn't just end when it crosses over, right? You played Magic? Yeah, from when I was like 6, 7 till I was well into my 20s. You should stream the arena game then. Oh, I don't know if I want to talk to Magic players. Are your Magic cards worth much? I don't know what I have left, but yeah, I have some old shit that's worth money. No, I've never played Maple Story. Let's get down to some true degeneracy and open some packs on stream. I won a few boxes off of some event they had a couple weeks ago. Do I have packs here? I do, actually. I have Modern Horizons packs. Do you agree with a 98.7% chance of a rate cut next week? That's like asking me if I think JPow's a complete fucking moron. Yeah, I do. I will invite you to a duel. What? My niece works part-time at an MTG shop. Okay. Open? You guys wouldn't even be able to see them. I would just shuffle better sounding cards on the microphone. Boeing's creating 500 new jobs. Did you guys hear? Maybe I should stream Arena. But that's like my me time. I don't want to. I don't want to do that. Speaking of which. Open or ban? Open what? It's like a whole fucking box. I don't want to. I don't want to get it. Doesn't having an audience enhance the quality of your me time? Yeah, but you guys are like stock degenerates, not magic degenerates. It's not gonna mix. It's gonna be weird. Like when I tried to play video games with you guys and you were like, hey man, what are futures doing? You don't know how many of us are magic degens? Well, most of you came from Reddit, so I'm gonna guess more than 10%. But probably like lame magic degens, like commander players or something, which makes me want to barf. And I don't want to know that about you. If you play commander, gross. Just ugh. They're already out of my mouth. I'm not gonna put them back in, if that's what you mean. If you have played Magic, imagine the worst, most insufferable, evil person you've ever played against. That's me. Ooh, I like Stratego. Hear me out. Futures trading cards. I'll trade you an ES 5500 for an NQ 2100. No, that sounds like a bad deal. Below 6,000 on 1220. I think it's possible. Just unlock some core memories. Top 5 worst CEOs for humanity. Jensen Wang. Jensen Wang. Bezos. Zuckerberg. Jensen Huang. No, Nestle's got a new CEO that's like less evil. No, Musk is he doesn't have any actual power, and he's too annoying to keep any that he can possibly get. Dylan. He's too busy playing Diablo to be that evil. He's too busy defending himself from critiques of his Diablo playing to be that evil. Yeah, you have to be competent to be evil. At some point, I think Jensen Huang is going to be responsible for the destruction of a significant quantity of America's wealth. And that makes him the most evil. Probably Larry Fink in there somewhere, too. Sam Altman's just like a con man, though. Is he even the CEO of anything? Probably. Yeah, we're squeezing sold puts. I said 60-50 end of day. We're already on our way. Look at us go. Ooh. V on GN or straight through? That's a good question. That's 53, though. We can buy a 4-person barrel steam saunas for only $3,300. Neat. Michael Saylor's diluting, so he can buy more Bitcoin so he doesn't get margin called. Wouldn't breaking the collar be bad enough? It's probably worse, actually. No, from a delta perspective, breaking the collar is really bad. For gamma, it doesn't matter too much. So long term, yeah, it's worse to be below it. Nice gray pubes. My 60-75s that I held through yesterday are back in the money again. Remember when we were going up really, really slowly yesterday and everyone was like, oh my god, SPX 6200 end of year? And I was like, this is just a bear rally. And you're like, fuck you, Gherk, SPX 6200 end of year. Well, here we are. We should have known when Squid Kid was talking about SPX Forever Green last night. Didn't I show you guys the top signal last Thursday? Could have sworn I did. I did. I definitely did. Hold on. Here, I'll tag you all in the SPX channel. Not in stream, what mean? Could this regain support here? Probably not. Bulls are in a bit of a shitty position here. I mean, Gamma's pretty negative at spot, like 102 billion. So not an easy hole to climb out of by any means. Could they? Maybe. Got to get above 72 though, which seems like a long way off now. Well, pretty close to the MM's expected move for the day. The data was bearish. Why not? That was our 60-65 test, by the way, on ES. Yeah, MM was like 60-57 for today. 60-57-10 is what was like priced in this morning. So pretty close to that. 57.50. Tenure 3-month 0.006 gooning. Get edged, nerd. Over 39,000 April 5,000 puts for OPEX. Seems odd. So much OI, not part of the collar. Could be sold. Was that that like giant synthetic long? That's like another position. I'm not sure which fund it is, but Hmm. No, it's BlackRock telling all their investors not to worry about boom bust. That's not a real thing anymore. And it is. It is still a real thing. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. What's up, popcorn? Will you have him here ranting about pasture coin? I'm sure he wants to spend time with his family. Boo. Hmm. Can bulls dig their way out of the hole? Let's find out. Someone who has a family? I doubt that. Hmm. You sure acronyms the word you're looking for? I do remember when she said her rule doesn't apply. How could I forget? After touting it's the perfect rule for years. Holy shit! I didn't know that was a real. That was a real acronym. I thought it was an. I mean, it's an anagram for hams and sham or mash. Is this the Christmas rally? This last $4 of price improvement? I hope so. Bips doesn't work. Your live demo this morning inspired me to scalp 10k of trades instead of degenning 10k on one trade. Are you sure your middle name isn't Hercules? Because you're my hero. Thanks, Nick. Did you make money? Oh, nice. Well done. Oh, they still have you on call? I thought you were done with that shit. When you're on call, does it usually just lead to nothing, or is it always busy? Oh, that's garbage. You have to wake up at 2 a.m. and figure out why China is on fire because of lithium. You can't put it out. Ooh, big services revisions. When was that? Earlier? This morning. Huh. Could be more bearish. Hmm. I will not Grim too. Wonderfuls. Ugh. There's still a synth long at 65, which is not quite in the money. 'Is the top end? Probably not. $70, $74. Wait. Oh, they're just like the same price. Interesting. That would almost be a retest of VWAP. How high can we go today? Right now it looks like bulls need to get it back to 70 at a minimum. If they could get it above that, maybe like 75 or 80, but it looks like just getting to 70 is going to be pretty tough. We're quite underwater here. Cool. I'll go back to contributing to GDP. Yeah, jobless went up this morning. Hmm. I'm still straddling. I realize vol's super low, so straddles are cheap as fuck right now. What's with GoEV trading 1 billion shares? No one knows. Probably somebody trying to get out of a short position. How do I long private security companies for CEOs? Start one. Just start one and hire former law enforcement and military personnel. That's not that hard. You gotta get some insurance. That's genius. Get a life insurance policy on the guy you're protecting. Win, win, win. Yeah. Sounds like you would just pay a lot of money in premiums. Is this bear flag gonna break down? It did already. Looks like they're just buying 55, 60 calls to keep us here. I don't see much put selling. There isn't a lot of it. Dangerous. Gamma's negative, so they're probably not going to want to sell very many puts. Also, the recovery on NQ doesn't look super bullish. Would losing the color be bearish as fuck? I mean, it's pretty bearish. It's a lot of delta. Mhm. Collar's at 55. Out of the money put buyer take any positions? I think there's still one open. Yeah, 60-10, but there's not a ton of them. What is the JPM color at? And how do you know? We track it and it's at 60.55. Well, the sold calls are at 60.55.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Mm, Bulls are kind of getting fucked on here. Higher low? Maybe not. Yeah, no ball shorting yet. There's a lot of sold puts here. This would be an opportune time to sell a bunch of in the money puts and pump the fuck out of everything. But difficult. It's dangerous because they can sell the puts here, and if they don't get enough momentum to drive the price back above 70, like where those two lines are, then it'll fall back into all the puts they sold. Hmm. This consolidation should be a little bit bullish. We're not getting a lot of profit taking because there's no bot puts down here at all. It's kind of unlikely that the sold calls take profit. Some of them might, like the 60 and 65 could, theoretically. But beyond that, I don't see a lot of profit taking happening. It's pretty unlikely that the 70s take profit. They'd really have to be pressured quite a bit. Slash cereal. And Vega puts still aren't terrible, but VIX 3 month is above 16. So not great either. Yeah, we probably don't want to fill that gap because it means losing the collar again. Hmm. Tomorrow's SPX positioning, there's sold calls in the money to the upside from us and sold puts to the downside. Pretty flat down to like 60-30, where there's a little bit of support. There's some bot puts at 60-45. The majority of sold puts are down at 6005, so pretty far out of the money. What's the max downside today? The lowest we could drop, like 50 or 45, probably. But it's really unlikely that we do that. Is Dork still traveling? As far as I know. Yeah, losing the collar would be extremely bearish for tomorrow. The collar is at 55. Mm. We're falling into the collar. Mm. Holy shit. No, just stop hunt. There's some vol selling finally. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Mm. Calls are priced to rep. Are they? Sure about that? Can get over 62. Put a buy order here at like 5. All right. We're awfully close to losing the collar here. And NQ does not look good at all. Like, they have to rip to make money. I overpriced. Oh, okay. That's a weird way of putting it, but I get what you're saying. That's accurate. This is a bitch of a hole for the Bulls to lever themselves out of. Gamma at 660 is negative 147 billion. Now it's just one word. Hmm. It's not much better here. Although a better pivot point, I guess. This bounce was not good enough. No, it's really not. They're still shorting vol though. Gamma's 0, just below 70. Hmm. Later, bat bones. Todd greater than Parker Lewis. Hmm. All boom, no bussin'. They're doing stuff. Hmm. What are the odds we close 650, 60, 70? It's very likely we close right here at 60. I think the odds are slightly higher that we close to the underside of 60. Um, but bulls are shorting vol a bunch, so maybe they'll try to push it. It is. It is boring. Yeah, Todd may have just clocked into work, but he's not doing a very good job. Was the moldy tea company Tevana? No, it was Tea's Tea. It's like or did I spell that right? Oh no, it's just spelled T. Oh no, that's right. Okay, yeah, I spelled it right. No, not really. Maybe unintentionally, but yeah, otherwise I don't think so. I swear I'm shadow banned. Why? Did you say Root has support at 770? We're buying leaps on Root at 70? Fuck no. That shit should be like $5 a share. I might pick up some calls on it before their next earnings, but I'm not picking up anything at 70. It could fall a lot further. I think Reddit is done. I guess zero GT calls tomorrow. Is it $200 yet? And the positioning for tomorrow doesn't look great. It looks stuck right around here. There's less support to the downside tomorrow than there was today. Hmm. 13 minutes to close. You're not likely to open below the collar tomorrow. Why not? It's easier to move under the collar overnight. Most of the sold puts that expire tomorrow are like pretty far in the money at this point, and then there's not a lot of sold put support to the downside of the collar. There are bought puts at 45. So tomorrow's open right now looks kind of bearish. There's a little pump. What do they need to get? They need to get it above 70 to get out of the hole. I'm officially worried about Todd. Yeah, I think I'll be okay. It happened. Are you a wizard? Nah. Be cool if we dropped $2 more. That was actually 100% correct. 10-year, 3-month, 0. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Wait, that's not uninverted, though. It's just really close. My 15 minutes of X-ray says you were 300% correct. Fun day. 50/50 is only 15 cents. No. Try to get back to the collar by close. That's gonna be tough. Yeah, that's not a good start to tomorrow for the Bulls. Bit rough. Although, it won't be hard for them to gap the collar in the overnight. It's baratory. I mean, it's not. We're just right at gamma neutral. Remember, we can bounce off GN too. I don't know if we'd bounce off it below the collar, however. That's a little weird. But I'm sure the collar plays a role in the position of gamma neutral here. That's what I said, and you said no. They can gap it down overnight. Yeah, they can gap. They can gap down over it overnight, or they can gap back up over it overnight. It's easier to do that. This is quite a bit of weakness into the end of the week. I like it. This is definitely a bearish close for today. Now, if tomorrow could close below 60.30, off to the races. There isn't any unfinished business in the 60-80 range. Yeah, they're likely to increase their dividend back to normal once they improve their book. That could just take a little while. I kind of wish they didn't cut the dividend. I was definitely hoping they wouldn't because it would have compounded faster, but it's fine. I just bought a little more instead. AVGO and Costco earnings tonight. Yeah. Ding ding. All right. Let's take a look at what we got going on over here. So it closed a little bit below the market maker's expected move, below gamma neutral, and below the collar. This is closing below GN. Generally not bullish, especially with no significant data in the morning. Obviously, AVGO earnings and Costco earnings tonight could have some bearing on the overnight futures, but we'll have to see how that plays out. In the meantime, gamma negative and pretty decent chunk of delta falling off the chain, and that's going to continue to fall off. As price moves down, right, the delta on those contracts will diminish, and the market maker will hold less and less of a hedge. Failed to the 60-90 level on ES, tested it a couple times today. Ultimately went back down to test the 60-65 level, which also failed. That opens up a test around 60-50 or 60-35. 60-50 is kind of a minor support. It doesn't have a lot of, none of these supports have a lot of historical information. But I wouldn't say that it's a very solid support just yet. Even here, when it was first tested, it slipped closer to like that 35 level. A slip of the 35 level is definitely significant and would round out what we have as a top here. We failed to lose it on the last drop a couple days ago. So we'll see if we lose it this time around. But that's the next level that we'd be looking for. Cross back to 60, above 65 to the upside. Not necessarily bullish, but may just imply that there's going to be more consolidation before we get a move up or a move down. But I would say that the 60-65 points fairly neutral here. Dollar up across most of the day, which should be expected with the heightened inflation from this morning, and yields up, especially at the back end of the curve, moving up quite swiftly. The 20-year at 4.6, 30-year at 4.55. Notably, the 3-month yield just a hair above the 10-year, 0.003. So not much of a spread there. And as that spread breaks down, these nearer dated treasuries become less and less desirable, and the longer dated treasuries become more desirable. And this is the bear steepener that Dork likes to go on so much about. Broad commodities fell today. Big losses in gold and the rest of the precious metals. Copper dropping a bit. Oil down from yesterday, but still holding above $70 a barrel. Not too much interesting shit with commodities or materials. No. Correlation on the 1 and the 3-month moving up today. A little bit of breakdown in dispersion, which is not surprising after yesterday's push kind of faltered a bit. There's still a bit of a spread there between those two, and we would definitely want to see the 1-month correlation move above 3-month correlation before we saw any steeper downside moves, but something to keep an eye on. Leverage in the carry trade up alongside the dollar and the rising yields. However, this leverage isn't doing much to push risk assets higher. Leverage on the short end of the carry not moving much at all. There's definitely still some fears surrounding the Bank of Japan decision next week. They could raise rates, even though they're unlikely to. There's always the chance that they could, depending on economic data between now and then. Forward yield on volatility is still extremely low, but starting to turn around a little bit from yesterday's lows. I think yesterday we closed out around like negative 16%. Today, moving up a little, negative 14.94. That can snap back really, really fast. So, I mean, I wouldn't. I would probably ignore how negative it is and focus more on the fact that it's moving back up again. Um, Bond vol, shockingly, not picking up very much, although today's moves might help it tick up a little higher. Skew bounced back today, but that didn't really seem to have much of a change in the market. Not a lot of tail risk hedging still, not a lot of bot puts to the downside. So losses to the downside are still going to be incremental and kind of slow. 36.77% of the S&P 500 above its 20-day moving average, so a little bit better breadth than we saw yesterday. But the market's still largely oversold here, which is, interesting given that tech has been able to hold up almost 70% of the index. Now, improvements in that don't necessarily mean that the market will go up if those improvements come with tech moving down. So something to consider. The correlation between VIX, cash VIX, continues to move up today. Now increasing 3%, almost 4% day over day. So we're starting to see that accelerate a little bit. Part of that is, we're going into the VX expiration. The other part of that is that we're starting to get more volatility, and we're starting to get heightened volatility expectations more than 30 days out as well. Fed fund futures pricing in 0.29 rate cuts now, almost the local low, and the lowest it's been in quite some time. So only 0.3, 0.29, 0.3 cuts expected by June of 2025, which would mean that the 97% expectation for a cut in the December meeting would be the last cut we see for the next 6 months. Or at least that's what they're presuming, right? That's what they're pricing in. The 10 2-year spread, very positive, despite the 10-3 still not moving into positive territory. This moved up to positive 13.3% on the 10 and the 2. So 10 advancing quite a bit on the 2 in yield. This is bear steepener, right? And we're seeing a bit more of that. Overall today, not very good performance anywhere. Apple had an okay day, but not really amazing or anything, just chopping. Nvidia, AVGO down. Google pulling back a little bit after breaking through Gamma Max yesterday. Tesla finally seeing a little bit of downside. And then broadly, everything down. There's a little bit of moves in consumer services and consumer non-durables, but everything else kind of sucks. I guess tech services didn't get hit that hard across the board, but Google and Oracle and Adobe got smashed with their lowered guidance yesterday. On the technical side, that does put us at a failure of the 1929 trend that we were so hyped about in the early part of this week. That is now behind us once again, to the upside, and we would be looking at 60.31 to confirm a breakdown. So we still need to lose that level to the downside to kind of confirm a signal here. If we do get that by the end of the week, that'll be a lower high, lower low throughout the December 9th week, which, you know, would imply that we get a continuation the following week. So probably keep an eye out for that. That's about it. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.